รรมมันวะอะไรมาเป็นโดนแสงวะเนี่ยไม่เห็นหน้าเหมือนน้องป่าเลยเนี่ยหน้ามัน
ประชาสัมพันธ์ทีมแข่งนะครับและนักแข่งนะครับทีมแข่งและนักแข่งทุกทีมนะครับ driver briefing นะครับการประชุมนักแข่งขออนุญาตเปลี่ยนเวลานะครับเปลี่ยนเวลานะครับเป็น 12:30 นาทีนะครับ 12:30 นาทีนะครับสถานที่ด้วยนะครับจากชั้น 2 race control เป็นเต็นท์ด้านหลังตรงฟู้ดทรัคนะครับเห็นไหมครับก็จะมีงานของแซดจัดอยู่นะครับที่มีสาวสวยนะครับอยู่บริเวณนั้นนะครับก็เราจะไปประชุมนักแข่งกันที่บริเวณนั้นนะครับก็ขอความกรุณานักแข่งทีมแข่งนะครับแจ้งเพื่อนๆแจ้งทุกท่านให้ทราบด้วยนะครับว่าเราจะไปประชุมนักแข่งที่เต็นท์ด้านหลังนะครับตรงฟู้ดทรัคนะครับเวลา 12:30 นาที12
รถเบรกนี่หว่า
ค ค
Welcome back to rotax Max Challenge, Asia Trophy and the Thailand Championship. We are on for round number 4 for the Asia Trophy and round number 3 for the Thailand Championship. Now, first up, we will have the Micro Max and Micro Rookie and a 10-card grid this time around for this race. On pole position is your man Chinapat Vejibuti, car number 78, followed by car number 35, Kalan Delsi. 9th position is Nutsarang Rangrastanako, followed by Jun Karato. 5th on the grid is Ishan at the current moment, as we are on for qualifying practice. Kalan Delsi has a look behind. Car number 39, Jun Karato right there. A little less than 5 minutes left for Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying practice. And here is car number 35 of Kalan Delsi in the Paralyn kart, white and red livery, followed by the CRG kart of car number 39, Jun Karato. 4.5 minutes left on the clock. So far, your pole man is Chinapat Vejibuti. In second place is Jun Karato. Third place on the grid goes to Kalan Delsi at the current moment. Jun Karato and Kalan Delsi very, very close with each other. 10.5 separates the two drivers. Chinapat Vejibuti, however, the only one in the sub 59s. Oh, here we go. Chinapat Vejibuti, 57.5. Kalan Delsi drops down to 57.7. So close with Jun Karato. Jun Karato running 57.8 flat. And goes for the overtake for car number 98 of Sirachach Ongbang. He gives a little hand gesture to car number 5, Aruthan. And 3.5 minutes left. Aruthan goes back down the inside into the 100R. Aruthan is giving more gestures. What the heck are you doing, mate? Car number 98, Sirachach, still battling it out of Aruthan. And obviously not efficient if you want a good qualifying session, but still in front is Chinapat Vejibuti on pole position. Second place goes to Kalan Delsi still. Jun Karato jumps to third position. Very, very close to Kalan Delsi now. 0.03 of a second separate the two drivers. Chinapat Vejibuti. And in the last round, Chinapat Vejibuti had a larger lead margin, but this time around it's only 0.2 to Kalan Delsi and Jun Karato. Definitely the competitors getting very, very close with each other, already showing some promising racing for today's qualifying heat number 1 and 2. But so here we go. Car number 39 of Jun Karato on your screen so far, chasing down, I believe that is car number 99 of Saritapat. 2 minutes left on the clock. Chinapat Vejibuti had a best lap around of 57.5. That was his most recent lap. So interesting to see what Chinapat Vejibuti can do to increase his lead margin in qualifying practice. And up in front, that was actually car number 35 of Kalan Delsi. So Kalan Delsi being chased down by the black helmet CRG kart, I believe, which is car number 39 of Jun Karato. Here is Nutsarang, the female driver who is currently in 4th position. Chinapat Vejibuti improves to 57.4. Jun Karato goes to the 57.68. Takes a look behind. Kalan Delsi gonna let this one go. as Jun Karato passes, and he will get one more lap left. Car number 39, Jun Karato, will actually get 2 laps left. And a lift for car number 35. He'll be pitting and retiring from the qualifying practice. Still, car number 39 is going to chase down some more lap times. Chinapat Vejibuti, last lap 57.392, and was on his 5th lap, his most recent lap. Interesting to see if he can make any more moves ahead, but so far probably going to take pole position for Chinapat Vejibuti. Jun Karato in 2nd place. He's not going to improve any further for Jun Karato. 3rd place Kalan Telsi, 4th place Nutsarang, 5th place is Thantach. But car number 39 will not make it on pole position, and it will be Chinapat Vejibuti who goes on pole position for the young man, followed by Jun Karato, Kalan Telsi in 3rd, Nutsarang Rung Rustanako in 4th, and Thantach Yuva Sakunkrai in 5th position. That closes out your top 5 for Micromax Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy round 4 and Thailand round number 3. And one more lap left for Nutsarang Rung Rustanako. And as we go into the checkered flag, your top 5 will stay the same, and your pole man unofficially will be Chinapat Vejibuti for Micromax and Micromax Micro Rookie qualifying practice. For Micromax and Micro Rookie qualifying heat. So that was the highlights for the Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy and Thailand Championship. For qualifying practice, on pole was Vejibuti. And so we go on to Minimax qualifying practice. Again, 6 minutes on the clock and we'll start at 13:41 local time for rotax Asia Trophy and Thailand Championship. So the Minimax and Mini Rookie category consists of, again, only 6 cars. And still the fight goes on for the championship for Asia Trophy and Thailand. On screen is car number 165, Patapogao Ganjanaset. In the Birel Carlton. I love Patapogao Ganjanaset's new helmet. The red carbon strikes in the bright sun of Thailand. Very, very hot today for Birakat circuit. And only 6 minutes for qualifying for the Asian Championship. And I think this is extremely wonderful and a good practice for these drivers as they proceed to the European and World Championship stage. The first 2 cars are out. And it is Chayakon Mainakinit and Palat Tanjapong. And behind is Patapogao Ganjanaset, Pirapong Pansatamno, Papasaton Selabatlang, and Tanarat Vechabuti. But drivers only get 2 minutes in the corridor in the Parc Ferme before they are forced to no longer be eligible to join qualifying practice. Here's car number 144 of Palat Tanjapong, who is chasing Chayakon Mainakinit. Chayakon Mainakinit engaging human DRS, doing whatever he can. And still needs time to warm up the tires, the engine, but shouldn't be too bad in the very, very hot sun. And less than 3 minutes left on the clock now for Minimax and Mini Rookie qualifying practice. And after Minimax qualifying practice, we'll move on to the Junior Max qualifying practice. Car number 114, Palat Tanjapong, chasing down Chayakon Mainakinit. Chayakon Mainakinit 56.0, currently on pole position. On a very big jostle up ahead on the top spots. It was Patapogao Ganjanaset for a split second. But then it was Pirapong Pansatamino who snatches pole position from Patapogao Ganjanaset. Tanarat Vechabuti, here we go. 55.5. It's always a close battle between the top 3 drivers. But so far, it's always Tanarat Vechabuti who mostly comes out on top. By Pirapong Pansatamino and Patapogao Ganjanaset. You can never count out these 2 drivers. And Right ahead is car number 165 of Patapal Ganjanaset, who leads from car number 109 of Pirupong Pansatamno. And I believe this is the last lap for the drivers for qualifying practice. And always, the best way to start in motorsports is in karting. We've seen several Formula One drivers and world champions all start from karting, and I believe the Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy in Thailand Championship is always a good place to start if you want to kickstart your motorsports career. 20 seconds left on the clock. Patsapokal Ganjanaset improved, but it's still not enough to snatch pole away from Tanarat Vechabuti. Tanarat Vechabuti on pole position, followed by Patsapokal Ganjanaset. Third position is Pirapong Pansatamno. Patsapokal Ganjanaset and Pirapong Pansatamno split by half a tenth. Very, very close between Patsapokal Ganjanaset and Pirapong Pansatamno. Car number 119 still struggling with pace in fifth position for Chaikon Minakanit. And qualifying is over for Minimax and Mini Rookie. And your top three is Tararat Vechabuti, followed by Patsapokal Ganjanaset and Pirapong Pansatamno. And of course, your pole man so far for both the Micromax, the Micro Rookie, and the Minimax and Mini Rookie is the two Vechabutis, Tararat Vechabuti on pole position for Minimax and Mini Rookie qualifying practice. Now we go into the highlights for qualifying for the Mini category. Next up, we will have the juniors. So that was qualifying set and done for Minimax and Mini Rookie. Now we move on to the juniors for qualifying practice, and a big change in grid positions. 16 carts for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie qualifying practice. An engine start for Junior Max and Junior Rookie qualifying practice. Car grid as we start qualifying practice. And so the junior category is usually conquered by the three drivers, Panustian Mankong. Mika Slabert had a taste of victory in the last round, car number 215 on the screen actually, who was chased out very fiercely by car number 256 of Kian Shah. Here's another one of our big contenders for the race win on Sunday. Pumsik Lomajong, car number 264. Also doing an incredible job of transitioning to the junior category from the mini category. That's Panustian Mankong in front so far, 54.351, the driver who has mass experience in the junior category, racing in Europe. And a face you don't see so often in the top of the grid, Pansaksurm Songchai, currently in P2 for the junior category. Panu drops down to a 52.966. Everyone else running still in the 53s. Now this is halfway done for qualifying practice for Junior Max and Junior Rookie. Round screen so far is car number 255 of Jamie Ambrose. Another driver who had a taste of victory last time around, Jamie Ambrose. Fairly exciting for the junior category qualifying practice. 3 minutes left on the board. And on pole position still is Panustian Mankong, 52.668. Then in second position is Nawin Dase, who jumps to second position on the grid. Then Chisanapong is now in second position. Nawin Dase drops down to third. Pansaksam Songchai jumps to pole position for Pansaksam Songchai, 52.612. What has happened to the rest of the grid? Pansaksam Songchai looking to dominate. Nado Imchipanyo jumps to third position. But Pansaksam Songchai, not too often do you see the man Pansaksam Songchai on pole position. Here's car number 212 of Mikael Rangsiman Pirainen. But Jamie Ambrose and Mika Slabert still struggling. Mika Slabert in 6th position. Jamie Ambrose all the way in 11th. Possibly stuck in some traffic, but Pansaksam Songchai, he's definitely doing something right as he's dropping down to 52.583 now at the current moment. For the young driver in the junior category, and I believe this will be his ever first pole position for the junior category for rotax. And so car number 275 gonna come around one more time. 1 minute left on the board. We are starting to see some interesting things happening. Pansakson Songchai on pole position from Panustian Mankong in second place. Pumsik Lomajong jumps to third. What happened to Mika Slabert and Jamie Ombros, who was fighting for the win in last time's event? And Panustian Mankong 1/10 behind Pansakson Songchai. But he is currently pitted at the moment. Pansakson Songchai strikingly fast in junior max and junior rookie qualifying practice. This is car number 235 before, now is car number 212 of Mikhail Parainen. Pansakson Songchai, a name you don't see quite often on the top of the leaderboard, but today he has shown his mighty true strength in the junior category. Take pole position, and still a rookie in the juniors, but already in front of Panu Stianmankong. Interesting stuff for junior qualifying as we transition into the highlights of juniors before we go into the max DD2s. So after that junior qualifying, we move on to the DD2s qualifying practice. 4 carts in this category, which consists of 578 Roger Young on your screen and 532 of Eung Yi Tang behind. Car number 567 is Ping Hao Chen, and then car number 539 is Scott John Howard. And I can't quite remember, but I believe we are missing one driver in this category. I can't quite remember who it is, but definitely the grid was bigger last time. And a few years ago, it was Luke Joshua Armstrong racing in DD2. Battling it out with one of the Malaysians for the title But here we go for qualifying. That was the warm-up lap. And for the DD2s, kind of 567, 568, 578, sorry, of Roger Young on the screen, the Taiwanese driver, followed by car number 532 of Eun Tang. And Eun Tang with the new helmet this time around for Eun Tang. Eun Tang has seen some big improvements from the last time he's driven at this track last year. This year, he's definitely been more competitive for Kenny, and definitely paying off for him in DD2. He had a promising finish in the event last time. Let's see how they go this time. Halfway through for qualifying. And Chen Ping Hao, 51.1, still the fastest man, car number 67, 567 for Scott John Howard. But it is Scott John Howard who jumps to pole position, 50.937. And the two separated by 2/10 pole position and Chen Ping Hao. Chen Ping Hao needs to be a little bit faster to make this race, well, a race. Definitely going to have to go. Oh, here we go. Eun Tang, just as I was saying, has seen some big improvements. Has moved into 51.0, but so has Scott John Howard, 50.765. Car number 539, Scott John Howard. Scott John Howard is 3/10 faster than the rest of the field. Eun Tang and Chen Ping Hao separated by less than a feather. Car number 539 coming in to turn number 9, and then throw it right, brake deep into turn number 10. Scott John Howard, 1.5 minutes left on the clock. He's not going to improve any further so far. Car number 578, Roger Young still struggling. 51.2 for Roger Young. But Eun Tang, promising performance from the Malaysian driver Eun Tang. So kind of a 5-3-2 of Kenny. Gonna get 2 more chances to take down Scott John Howard from pole position. Oh, here we go. Chen Ping Hao goes to pole position, 50.710. Half a tenth separating the two drivers from pole position. At first I thought it was Eun Tang who was going to move forward, but no, it's Chen Ping Hao on pole position. So that was qualifying done for DD2 Max Masters, and as the drivers come around to complete that session, let's see if there's any more improvements, but I believe your pole man is then Chen Ping Hao, followed by Scott John Howard in P2, Eun Tang in 3rd position, and Roger Young in 4th. closing out the 4-car grid in DD2 qualifying. And then after this, we will have the senior Max and Max Masters qualifying. But first is the highlights. So that was the highlights for Rotax Max Challenge, Asia Trophy in Thailand. And so we move on to another big grid for this event, the Senior Max qualifying, constructing of 18 karts in this category. And on the front row, the two red karts in front are the Gale brothers. Gale brothers. Toby Gale on front. Austin behind. And in karting fashion, the Parc Ferme opens up and no one goes out of the pit lane. Oh, one driver out. That is kart number 353. That is 353. Well, I can't seem to find him on the name list at this current moment. Oh, that is Harith Zaril O. Harith O. It's kart number 353 who comes out the pit first. Here we go. Here are the two Farrell Gale brothers. Toby Gale on front, Austin Gale behind. A few more drivers leaving the pits. Luke Joshua Armstrong joins the qualifying session with 4.5 minutes left on the clock for Senior Max qualifying. Here we go. Toby Gale going to start his lap, followed by Austin Gale. Right behind is punching on around Rasimi. And kind of 3-4-5 of Zachary Boyce. Four minutes left on the clock. And punching on around Rasimi still on pole. We've always seen that not be the case. Definitely going to have some more position changes so far. This is kart number 345 of Zachary Boyce. And Harith O was on pole position. Now it's Toby Gill on pole, followed by Zachary Boyce in second place. Panya going around Rasami in third. Austin Gill in fourth. And it is Migat Zalkarnin in fifth position. Car number 315, Panya going around Rasami Always strikingly fast in qualifying. Always on top of it on terms of race pace. But it's in the race that he is challenged as Rasharat Anantakan moves into P2. Luke Armstrong goes into P3. And the top four is separated by less than a tenth. The two Gill brothers still struggling with race pace at the current moment. Not for long, however. Pajakon and Ramrasamy on pole position. The two Gill brothers take second and third. Bigat, Zolkarnan in fourth position, followed by Daniel Harris Jeggi in fifth. And Pajakon and Ramrasamy on pole position. Exactly 1/10 separating Toby Gill. Luke Joshua Armstrong splits Pajakon and Ramrasamy, and Toby Gill moves into second place for Armstrong. 2 minutes left on the clock, 2 laps to go. Number 331 of Austin Gill. Trying to get a few more shots that pole. Austin moves into fourth position. Toby Gill in third. Luke in second position. For Luke Joshua Armstrong, car number 388. Luke Joshua Armstrong a few years ago joined the Asia Trophy in the DD2 category. Now he's racing in the senior category. 1.5 minutes left. He goes on pole position for Luke Joshua Armstrong. And a great effort from him so far, but there's still 1.5 minutes left for either Panjakon or Ramrasamy, Toby Gill, Siri Kungsiri, Rajarat Anantakan to snatch the top step of the qualifying from Luke Armstrong. But definitely Luke Armstrong having a great run so far in qualifying. He's going to get another lap. Let's see if he can break his record for qualifying practice. He comes around one more time. Let's see. Oh, 0.02 of a second faster. Luke Armstrong is separated from Panjakon Ramrasamy by 0.03 of a second. And that is followed by Toby Gill, Siri Kongsiri, Rajarat Anantakan, and Austin Gill. This season, Austin Gill seems to be struggling a little bit compared to his little brother, Toby Gill. On screen is number 361 of Yehonatan. Marsh. New face I've never seen before. Great to see a lot of new competitors for Rotax Max Challenge, Asia Trophy and Thailand. So your top 5 so far at the current moment is Luke Armstrong. Second place is Panjakon Ramrasamy. Third is Toby Gill. Fourth is Siri Kumsiri. And fifth is Rajarat Anantakan. And so that was qualifying practice done. And we head into the highlights. So that was qualifying practice done for the Senior Max category. And now we move on to the Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 1. So here we go. Qualifying heat number 1 for Micro Max and Micro Rookie. And on pole position is Shinapat Vechabuti, followed by Jun Karato in second place. Kalan Delsi in third. Nutsarang Rang Rasanako in fourth. And Fantash Yuvasu Kunkai closing out your top 5. And so for qualifying heat number 1, drivers need to control their tire wear exceptionally for Pirakat circuit, which is heavily clockwise. So drivers will be, the left side tires will be worn out exceptionally harsh. Here is the simulator booth for our event as well, with the motion sim rig. And we have been in combination with the Sport Authority of Thailand for this event, where they aim to inspire the younger generation to join the sport and improve their performance. Here is the HC Motorsport booth selling various items in our event, as well as along with Formula 1 merchandise, which you can check out in the ground floor of our event. So a selection of merchandise which you can select and shop for. And the senior carts are still in Parc Ferme. And one driver who failed weighing regulations, car number 377. So Daing Ibrahim, car number 377, was underweight for Parc Ferme. And now we go on to the qualifying heat number 1 for the Mini Max and Mini Rookie. And on pole position is Shinapat Vechabuti, followed by Jun Karato in second place. Third place is Kalan Delsi for this Nutsarang Rang Rasanako. And fifth position is Thantach Yuvasa Kunkrai. Here's cart number 98 of Sirachachong Bang Noi. And here is the cart number 5 of Thantach Yuvasak Kunkrai in P5. This is P6, Sidovit. And drivers are still in the shade, waiting for the race to start. And, these guys are very, very young competitors, ages of around 8 to 10 years old. Giving us a thumbs up. That is Sidovit. And here is Chinapat Vechabuti. And the green helmet one was Nutsarang. And occupied by the two coaches. The man in the white hat is Coach Win. And also Coach Alex Grocott in the tent as well. Here we go. Here is Nutsarang Rang Rasanako. Nutsarang, the only female driver in the micro grid. And a short delay before the start of our first qualifying heat of the event. And the drivers are decked out with jet-powered fans to make sure they are cool before the start of the race. And so this race will start at 2:34 local time. So we are actually still on schedule at the current moment. As the marshals are just prepping the track and rechecking the carts before the start of the micro race. And now all the carts are in park firme and ready. And there will be a short 8-minute wait before the start of our micro race. And a 10 cart grid for the micro max category. And so in this current moment, the mechanics are warming up the carts on the stands and just revving them out on the stands to make sure those carts are warm and ready for racing. In the Red Bull Max Verstappen livery helmet is, I believe, car number 35, who currently lies in 4th position, Callan Delsey. And here is Nutsarang Rangrusunako in 3rd position on the grid. And so here's car number 56, Saritapat Rapata Rabuwong. Car number 6 is Ishan Swarup. And so on your front row is car number 75 of Shirapat Vechabuti. And on the left side of your grid is car number 39, Jun Corrado. And then, although we do know Shirapat Vechabuti is very fast in race pace, Jun Corrado has always been a fierce competitor and has very, very strong racecraft. So interesting to see how this race will play out for the micro category. So Chinapat Vechabuti on pole position on the left side of the grid. Jun Corrado. Right behind Chinapat Vechabuti is Callan Delsey. In 4th position is Nutsarang Rangrusunako. Then in 5th position is Thantach Yuvasakunkrai. Four minutes before the start, and although as spectators we may be a little bit impatient waiting for the race to start, it is very important for the drivers to sit down into the cart and get into the mode, get into the rhythm and the right mental space for your race. And definitely been some times where the drivers have had urgent changes and they've not been in the zone. Definitely not the ideal position you want to be in before a start of the race. Two minutes before the start of the race. And you don't see this quite often in Europe, but definitely in Asia. So hot, even during the rainy season at this current time of the year. It is always summer in Thailand, and we've always seen drivers with their umbrellas, not only to cool down the driver, but also for the tires as well. And they're very important to cool down those tires. Make sure they're a little bit cooler before the start of the race. And it's always been the opposite in the RMCAT circuit. In Europe, you're always trying to get more tire temperatures in before the start of the race. In Asia, I believe the more tire warming you do, the more degradation you actually get from these tires. So it's a fine line and a funny difference between the Thailand Championship, racing in Thailand, and racing overseas in Europe. 30-second board comes up now before the start. For the first qualifying heat of this event, starting with the Micromax and Micro Rookies. 15-second board comes up. Engines roar to life, and here we go for the Micromax and Micro Rookie. We go for the formation lap for qualifying heat number 1. And of course, no tire warming needed at all for the micro category. And track temperatures must be at 40 something Celsius. And definitely don't need to warm up your tires. And we struggle more with actually tire overheating than tires being too cold. So here we go. On the front row of the grid is Chinapat Vechibuti and Jin Karato. And on the front row, if Chinapat Vechibuti gets a very clean start, and he's out in front after the first corner, I can bet you Chinapat Vechibuti is going to be looking to check out the race. But as we've seen Jun Karato's racing habits, you know Jun Karato isn't a man to let anyone off the hook that easy. Here we go. 5 train of cars already bumping from the rear. Jun Karato telling the guy ahead to slow down. So here we go. And the 5 red lights are off. Jun Karato gets a better run. He's going to fight into turn number 1. And exactly what I thought. Jun Karato goes to the front of the field. Chinapat Vechibuti in second place. Galandelsi into third position. It's going to be a race now, ladies and gentlemen. Jun Karato is going to be in front of the pole man, Chinapat Vechibuti. Chinapat going to have a look down the inside already, though. Jun Karato did not look to defend down the inside, but a very, very deep move down the inside for Jun Karato. Chinapat Vechibuti going to get the switcheroo. And our pole man is up in front one more time. Galandelsi, smart to not make anything happen just yet. You've got to chase down the race. You've got to chase down the race leader, Chinapat Vechibuti, before he checks out the race. And Chinapat Vechibuti in front. Galandelsi seems to be a little bit faster than Jun Karato. And Galandelsi having to make the difficult choice now. Do we fight for second position and give up the race lead to Chinapat Vechibuti? Or do I trust Jun Karato to try to chase down Chinapat Vechibuti? It's going to be a decision he has to make for Galandelsi. So far Galandelsi chooses to push. Nope, never mind. A very beautiful late lunge into the left S for Kalandelsi, and a beautifully executed move for Kalandelsi to move into second position, but now they've wasted way too much time. Chalapat Vechabuti is already far ahead. And not sure if Jun Karado knows, but right behind is Stan Touch, Yuva Sa Kunkrai. And car number 39, Jun Karato, has fallen down into third position. Sanchach Yuvasa Kunkrai in fourth position. Still not close enough to make anything happen just yet, but up and over goes, oh, contact behind. Nutsarang Rangrustanako goes into fifth position. There was contact between, I believe that's Ishan Swarup and Saritapat into the hairpin after 100R. Nutsarang Rangrustanako advances her way into fifth position. But and right behind, that was Ishan Swarup, I believe, who had contact with one of the cars behind. Car number 9 is Nutsarang Rangrustanako, who made a beautiful move. Oh, contact. Car number 6 is stronger out of the exit of the Mickey Mouse, just runs into the back of car number 89. He's going to go for the move again for Ishan Swarup. A beautiful move done for Ishan. 30% of the race done. 70% to go. Car number 89 takes a look behind. Sri Thoranako takes a look behind. And Ishan Swarup starting to close in. Ishan Swarup was race pace wise a little bit faster, I suppose. But Ishan's gonna have some time to catch up to the positions 4th and 5th. Nutsarang, when did that happen? Nutsarang moves her way into 4th position. And Bantach Yuvasa Kunkrai falls into 5th. And Nutsarang Rangrustanako ahead now in 4th position. Just like I said, Chalapat Vechabuti gonna check out the race. Kalandelsi in 2nd place, Jun Karato in 3rd. 4th is now actually Nutsarang Rangrustanako. And Vantash Yuvasa Kunkrai falls back down the order. Oh, is it so? I believe Chalapat Vechabuti in 1st position. And there must have been a little bit of a mix-up on my end. 2nd is Kalandelsi, 3rd is Jun Karato. Okay, 4th is still actually Thantach. Nutsarang Rangrustanako then overtook Siravit Siri Thoranako. And so Nutsarang still in 5th position. And up in front is Chalapat Vechabuti, Kalandelsi in 2nd position. 3rd is Jun Karato. And 50% of the race done halfway. Chalapat Vechabuti still leading. But race pace wise, our top 4 is running with a difference less than a tenth separating the top 4. Here's car number 39 of Jun Karato. And I've just realized, I think Jun Karato is running a non-max Evo engine. It's either that engine is very, very old and the valve cover has peeled off, or he is running a non-Rotax Max Evo engine, the older generation micro engine for Jun Karato. And one would wonder why you would run a non-Max Evo engine in the Rotax category. But hey, it's working out for him so far. Jun Karato in third position. And Calandelsi actually running in the 57.67s. So Calandelsi faster by Chinapat Vechibuti by 0.02 of a second. But still definitely not enough to catch up to the front row, Calandelsi. But as a driver, you definitely know when you're catching up, little by little, bit by bit. But with only 2 laps remaining, Chinapat Vechibuti definitely gonna run off into the afternoon with a race win on his hands. Chinapat Vechibuti in the 57.5s now. Calandelsi drops to a 57.8. I believe the top 4 has similar race pace. It's all about who's more consistent. And if we talk about consistency, definitely Chinapat Vechibuti in qualifying heat number 1. Way more consistent than the rest of the field. That's always been showcased in the Rotax series. Chinapat Vechibuti always on it in terms of race pace. And we've slowly seen the young man get more aggressive. And I believe that's what he was just missing in the start of his career. Final lap, here we go. For the Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 1, Chinapat Vechibuti on the front row. 57.495 is his best lap time. He's close to 2/10 faster than Calandelsi. Chinapat Vechibuti, incredible job from the young talented driver to take the win in qualifying heat number 1 for the micro. Chinapat Vechibuti gonna win it for DT Motorsports in the Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat 1, followed by Calandelsi in second place, Jun Karato in third, Vantaj Yuvasak Kunkrai in fourth, and Nustarang Rang Rosanaku in fifth. And Chinapat Vechibuti telling his car they did a great job. No, they definitely did. And just asking Calandelsi, just asking Vantaj Yuvasak Kunkrai where he finished for qualifying heat number 1. And a clean race win with a little bit of a challenge for Chinapat Vechibuti. But now we go into the highlights of Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 1. So that was qualifying heat number 1 for the micro category. And your top 5 is Shilabhat Vechabuti, who wins the race. A 2-second lead from Kalan Delsi, Jun Karato, Tantach Yuvasak Kunkrai, and Nutsarang Rang Rastanako. Start engine board for the micro, for the Mini Max and Mini Rookie qualifying heat number 1. Minimax and Mini Rookie qualifying heat number 1. On pole position is the other Tanarat Vechabuti. Tanarat Vechabuti on pole position. And on the left side of the grid is Patapo Galgan Janaset. Third is Perapong Pansatamino. Fourth is Papasatan Silapa Banlang. Fifth is Chaikon Minakanith, and sixth is Palat Tanjapong. Closing out your 6-car grid. Here we go. And your top 3 is the biggest contender for the race win with a very, very similar pace. Tarat Vechabuti still showing strong race pace. Here we go. 2 lines go out, and it is almost 4 wide for a second dive, 3 wide, and your pole man drops down to 3rd position. Oh, side by side though. Side by side. Oh, sideways goes Pirapong Pansatamino. And in 2nd position is Tarat Vechabuti. And for a second there, it was almost like Pirapong Pansatamino was sliding up and into Patapokao Ganjanaset. But a really, really great start from Pirapong Pansatamino to snatch the race lead, and luckily for Tarat Vechabuti, Pirapong Pansatamino chose the outside line for the mini Mickey Mouse. But car number 177, Tarat Vechabuti, very, very close behind now. Going to go very early on the defense. On car number 109, he's going to go for the switcheroo. Pirapong Pansatamino getting the better run though. He's going to try to go around the outside for Pirapong Pansatamino. Is he going to make it work? Beautifully done. And Patapo Galganjanaset goes into 1st position for the switcheroo, and now it is a very, very big tangle for the top step of the Minimax and Mini Rookie qualifying heat number 1. Patapo Galganjanaset, who's in 3rd, is up in the top spot again, and Pirapong Pansatamino in 2nd. Oh, a fight behind 2 between car number 114 of Palat Tanjapong and car number 109 of Chaikon Minakanit. But Patapo Galganjanaset, very, very smart driving from the young driver. Beautiful switcheroo out of the Mickey Mouse. And Pirapong Pansatamino is going to continue to defend car number 177 of Tarat Vechabuti, because Patapo Galganjanaset is, I believe, still more chaseable than our pole man Tarat Vechabuti, but it's still a very, very difficult job for car number 109 of Pirapong Pansatamino. Does he choose to go on the defense, or does he choose to chase down the new race leader, Patapo Galganjanaset? There's definitely conflict between the two ideologies, but Patapokal Ganchanaset, he's gonna hope that Pirapopa Tatabno continues to defend Tarat Vejabuti. So let's do a gap check. Patapokal Ganchanaset, 0.7. Oh, and down the inside goes Tarat Vejabuti. Pirapopan's gonna choose to let Pirapopan Tatabno gonna choose to let Tarat Vejabuti lead and chase his way into Patapokal Ganchanaset. 3 laps have passed so far, and a position change in the top 3 in every single lap. The Mini Max and Mini Rookie is a source to prove why not always do you need quantity, but quality racing is still there as well. Patapokal Ganchanaset doing an incredible job to lead the race from Tarat Vejabuti and Pirapopan Tatabno. Fast pace from Patapokal Ganchanaset. Tarat Vejabuti can't certainly fight Kal Ganchanaset in qualifying heat number 1 at the current moment. In qualifying, it was Tarat Vejabuti who was faster by Patapokal Ganchanaset in second by almost 3/10. And definitely Tarat Vejabuti gapping Pirapopan Tatabno. But is Patapokal Ganchanaset fast enough to run away from the pole position? The pole man is slowly reeling in Patapokal Ganchanaset 10th by 10th. With only 50% of the race left. Can Tarat Vejabuti chase down the race leader Patapokal Ganchanaset? Up on screen is car number 119 of Chaikon Minakanith. And Tarat Vejabuti last lap around was 1/10 faster than Patapokal Ganchanaset. But the one driver who is definitely slower than the top 2 is Pirapopan Tatabno. He needs to up his race pace. Patapokal Ganchanaset running similar race pace to Tarat Vejabuti, 55.7. So definitely Patapokal Ganchanaset, if things are still like this, he'll definitely win it for qualifying heat number 1. But right now it is definitely Tarat Vejabuti who is slowly reeling in this lap around. And every time Patapokal Ganchanaset takes a look behind, it will always be Tarat Vejabuti. He will always be there. Pirapopan already falling out of the top 2 trade. But Tarat Vejabuti has seemed to found his rhythm one more time. 2/10 now goes Tarat Vejabuti faster than Patapokal Ganchanaset, 55.5. Tarat Vejabuti 55.7, Patapokal Ganchanaset. But still 7/10 separating the 2 drivers. 3 laps to go. Let's see if Patapokal Ganchanaset can keep this race win from the dominant Tarat Vejabuti. Patapokal Ganchanaset leading this race. 2 laps to go as he comes around. Let's do a quick gap check. Last lap around it was 0.7, now it is 0.6. So our pole man Tarat Vejabuti only reeling in 1/10 per lap, and it is not enough to definitely still snatched the race win from Patapokal Ganjanaset, who is doing an incredible job in qualifying heat number 1. Patapokal Ganjanaset still ahead in the Birel cut, right behind is car number 177 in the Saudi. Turn right, Djibouti. Reeling it again this lap around. Turn right, Djibouti will be closer to Patapokal Ganjanaset this lap around as well. Still not in any distance to make something happen, but 2/10 faster. But Tarat Djibouti definitely proves that Tarat Djibouti has the pace to try to snatch the race win. But it's now the final lap. Tarat Djibouti giving it everything he can. Patapokal Ganjanaset gonna try to run away with this race win. As a look behind, Tarat Djibouti is still there, and he is getting closer and closer and closer. 3 corners left for qualifying heat number 1 for the minis, who will win qualifying heat number 1 for the Asia Trophy and Thailand Championship. Here we go. Micro. 2 corners left. Now 1 corner left. And it will be Patapokal Ganjanaset. Patapokal Ganjanaset. Beautiful stuff in the second lap to snatch the race win for qualifying heat number 1. Followed by Tarat Djibouti, Pitapongpan Sutamno in 3rd. 4th position is Chaikor Minakanith. 5th is Papasaton Silapa Banlang. And 6th is Palat Tanjapong. Well, like in the highlights, you definitely see a lot of action happen in the first few laps. And a great start. So the results of Max and Mini Rookie qualifying. Your race winner is Patapokal Ganjanaset, followed by Tarat Djibouti. 3rd position is Pirapongpan Sutamno. Then in 4th position is Chaikor Minakanith and Papasatan Silapa Banlang, closing out your top 5. And next up is the Junior Max and Junior Rookie category. Qualifying heat number 1, 16 karts. And on pole position is Pansaksum Songchai, followed by Panustian Mankong and Poomsik Klomajong in third position. Here we go, the junior category. Qualifying heat number 1 is about to start. And the track lines look to be a little too fast, with Pansaksum Songchai controlling the speed of the train. But here we go, we're going racing, baby. Pansaksum Songchai on the front row of the grid. Beautiful start for Pansaksum Songchai. And it is a three-way battle for second place, as Nadol Imchipanya doing a great job to move into second place. Panustian Mankong falls into third. Chisanapong has a loose rear bumper already, and Poomsik Klomajong in fourth position. Down the inside goes Panustian Mankong. And then qualifying, Panustian Mankong and Pansaksum Songchai very, very close with each other. Panustian Mankong seems to be reeling in. Pansaksum Songchai already. Oh, a move down the inside. And that is 215. Mika Slavat pointing to work ahead and go to the front of the grid. But 259 is I believe that is Kitty Nantapat having none of that. He's going to throw one up the inside, but he's going to start falling down the order. It could be a better executed move from Kitty Nantapat, but a great effort from him. Mika Slavat. Pansaksum Songchai falls down into second. Panustian Mankong in first. And Pansaksum Songchai going to try and chase down the race leader, Panustian Mankong, one more time. Car number 202, Panustian Mankong, being chased down by the three rookies in junior, Pansaksum Songchai, Nalo Imchipanya, and Poomsik Klomajong. Nalo Imchipanya overtakes and points to move forward to try to chase down Panustian Mankong. And again, the top four all have identical race pace. At Pansaksum Songchai choosing to go on the defense already. And Panustian Mankong in the race lead. Nato Imchipanya is still trying to make something happen here. Only 2 laps are passed. Much more time for action to reveal. But Panustian Mankong gonna have a look behind. Nado Imchipanya is so close to that rear bumper. Panustian Mankong slightly on the defense. Nado Imchipanya pointing and driving. And he should choose one thing at a time. Either drive and point or point and drive. That's it. Nado Imchipanya still having more pace than Panusian Mankong. Panusian Mankong can't quite run away just yet. Phumsik Glomajong having some struggles to pass the pole man, Pansaksam Somchai. Nado Imchipanya points to move forward, and Phumsik Glomajong dives down the inside to turn number 3. There we go, that's the point again. Everyone wants to move forward, but no one wants to lose positions in this race. Behind Shisanapong with the loose bumper still in the race in the mid pack. And Phumsik Glomajong having a little look behind to check to see where our poleman is. And Panusian Mankong, once in the rhythm, he starts to pull away from the train of cars behind. But Nado Imchipanya being closed in by Phumsik Glomajong. Panusian Mankong takes a look behind. Nado Imchipanya still there. But that Gillard cut is slowly disappearing from the rear visor of Panusian Mankong. So number 215, Mika Slabat, is slowly working his way up into 6th position now from Tas Mungsiri. And Kitsin Antapat in 5th position. Still chasing down Pansaksam Somchai. Pansaksam Somchai is still struggling with race pace despite being on pole position. And that is all up to experience. But Pansaksam Somchai needs to learn how to adapt to conditions in certain race scenarios. Phumsik Glomajong is slowly closing in on Nado Imchipanya. Nado Imchipanya seems to be lacking a bit of pace from the rest of the car. But definitely Panusian Mankong the fastest. 53.165. Nado Imchipanya 1/10 slower. And, that's why you do not let a certain person run away from the train of carts. Because if you start battling, the man in front will definitely check out the race. And that's basically what's happening here. And the number 215 of Mika Slabat is running in the 53.7. Something has definitely gone wrong with Mika Slabat in this event. Yeah, because I believe I saw you start all the way in the back. And so Mika Slabat started in 8th position actually. It was Hamish Campbell who started all the way in the back of the grid. Hamish Campbell now has worked his way Hamish Campbell has not even joined the race at this point. So your man was actually Jamie Umbros. Yeah, Jamie Umbros started in 12th position and worked his way into 8th. And Mika Slabat started 8th and worked his way into 6th position. 2 laps to go for qualifying heat number 1 for the junior category. And Panusian Mankong in front, takes a look behind. Nado Imchipanya slowly being now on the rear bumper is Phumsik Glomajong on the rear bumper of Nado Imchipanya. And 2 laps to go. Panusian Mankong grazes the grass coming out of the U-turn after the 100R. But Nado Imchipanya in the back straight is so fast. He pulls like a 2-3 car like lead on Phumsik Glomajong. Final lap for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie qualifying heat number 1. So again, your top 5 consists of Panusian Mankong, Nado Imjipanya, Pumsi Klomajong, Pansaksum Songchai, and Kitsinantapat. And Pumsi Klomajong, if he could have gotten past Pansaksum Songchai a little bit faster, I believe he would be in 3rd position right now. So definitely in the junior category, it's all about timing. When everyone, not necessarily just the junior category, but all the categories, when you're running such close race paces, your decision making and when you do certain moves is crucial, and that's exactly what Panusian Mankong proved in qualifying heat number 1, as he wins it in qualifying heat number 1. 2nd place is Nado Imjipanya. 3rd is Pumsik Klomajong, followed by Pansaksum Songchai and Kitsinantapat, closing out your top 5. Now we move into the highlights for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie qualifying heat number 1. Here we go. So for the results for qualifying heat number 1, Panusian Mankong, who wins the race from Nado Imjipanya, Pumsik Klomajong, Pansaksum Songchai, and Kintinantapat Bunyarat Kalin. Closing out your top 5 for the Junior Max and Junior Rookie qualifying heat number 1. For 6th, 7th, and 8th position is Mika Slabat Francois, Tas Mungsiri, and Jamie Ombros. Then next up we have the first qualifying heat for the Max and Max Masters DD2. This is qualifying heat number 1. On pole position was Chen Ping Hao, who splits pole position with Scott Trent Howard by half a tenth. And then Ng Yi Tang in 3rd position and Roger Young in 4th. And Scott John Howard usually slightly further back in the qualifying grid, but today he finds himself all the way in second on the front row next to Chen Ping Hao. Chen Ping Hao has always been consistently fast ever since the last time's Asia Trophy event. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out on the rolling start. Again, Chen Ping Hao on the front row from Scott John Howard. Then on the second row is Ng Yi Tang and Roger Young. Go for the formation lap. Max DD2 and Max Masters qualifying heat number 1. And Chen Ping Hao on the front row from Scott John Howard, Ng Yi Tang in third, Roger Young in fourth. Chen Ping Hao controlling the speed of the 4 karts in DD2 Max and Max Masters. We're definitely getting to see some action on the first few laps between Chen Ping Hao and Scott John Howard for the race lead. But don't you count out Ng Yi Tang and Roger Young. Here we go. And Scott John Howard gets the better start on Chen Ping Hao. Chen Ping Hao falls into second place, and Scott John Howard is up in front now in the DD2 Max and Max Masters qualifying heat number 1. But that was a very quick acceleration from Scott John Howard out of the tram lines. Chen Ping Hao still in second place and in contention for a fight for the race lead. But Roger Young has also moved his way into third position. Ng Yi Tang, not the best first lap for him. Chen Ping Hao in second place now. And Chen Ping Hao right on the rear bumper of Scott John Howard. There's nothing separating the two drivers at this current moment. Cut number 539 of Scott John Howard, and cut number 567 for Chen Ping Hao. Chen Ping Hao still pressuring Scott John Howard. Scott John Howard just getting a little bit of a breathing room now for qualifying heat number 1. He's going to still push those, Chen Ping Hao, giving it everything he's got. But Chen Ping Hao definitely having the time and the race pace to keep up with Scott John Howard. But can he make something happen? It's quite one thing to catch up. It's quite another, however, to overtake. Car number 578, Roger Young is in third position from Ng Yi Tang. And curious to see how that first lap start was between Scott John Howard and Chen Ping Hao. So Chen Ping Hao is running basically identical times with Scott John Howard. Scott John Howard just 0.04 of a second faster than Chen Ping Hao. And last lap, Chen Ping Hao was slower than Scott John Howard by 0.05 of a second too. So nothing separates the two drivers. in qualifying heat number 1, and definitely gonna get to see some action between the Australian driver and the Taiwanese driver battling it out for the Asian Championship. Three laps have passed now. Scott John Howard still in front, Chen Ping Hao in second place. And Scott John Howard is 4 laps into this race and still losing slight little bit. Chen Ping Hao. Chen Ping Hao is slowly getting gapped by Scott John Howard. Scott John Howard having a little bit more race pace to run away, but Chen Ping Hao definitely closing in at this current stage. Scott John Howard a little bit of a hiccup. Oh, a dab down the inside for Ng Tang. And Scott John Howard. A little bit of a hiccup into the U-turn after the 100R. And Chen Ping Hao was actually 2/10 faster around that lap. Chen Ping Hao hammering it out now for qualifying heat number 1. 6 laps to go. Scott John Howard must be feeling the wrath of Chen Ping Hao. But Chen Ping Hao, we're gonna have to see where he makes his move for the lead of the race. He has to be strategic with this one. If he makes it too soon, Scott John Howard can get him right at the very end. But if he waits too long, Scott John Howard might start defending. It's a game of strategic attack and defense strategies. It's like playing a game of chess, but Chen Ping Hao having a look down the inside is going to think better of it. Slots back into the racing line. Scott John Howard still in front. Chen Ping Hao seems to still finding the opportunity to send it down the inside of Scott John Howard. And Chen Ping Hao right on the rear bumper of Scott John Howard every time into that small little U-turn after the 100R. Scott John Howard, however, not looking behind at all. Chen Ping Hao very early into the brakes, into turn number 8. And that's how he's going to get the better run out of into turn number 9. Scott John Howard. 4 laps to go. Chen Ping Hao is going to make the move down the inside. Not quite yet. He's going to have a look. Chen Ping Hao so close into making a move on Scott John Howard. I have a feeling Scott John Howard is going to start defending any moment now. Chen Ping Hao so close to Scott John Howard every time. It's a kiss on the rear bumper out of the 100R. Scott John Howard going deeper into the brakes into turn number 8, coming into turn number 9. Scott John Howard gonna get a bad exit. Chen Ping Hao is gonna try to swing it wide, gonna get the better run out of the last quarter. Nope, it was Scott John Howard. He was a little bit 1/10 faster than Chen Ping Hao. Chen Ping Hao going to get the courtesy of the slipstream down the back straightaway. And Chen Ping Hao is still closing in on Scott John Howard. He was a little bit distant, but every time into sector 2, Chen Ping Hao slowly closes in on Scott John Howard. Scott John Howard coming into turn number 8. Chen Ping Hao is starting to give Scott John Howard a little bit of a breathing room. And he's not quite the aggressor. Chen Ping Hao is going to be then a little bit closer before initiating an attack on Scott John Howard. So definitely Scott John Howard. Faster last lap around, but this time Chen Minghao closing in one more time on the Australian. And two of the drivers going slower this time. But Chen Minghao is going to get 2 laps left to try to make a move down the inside. He's going to have a look again, but not quite yet. Final lap now for Chen Minghao. He's going to have to make something happen if he doesn't want to lose to Scott John Howard. Scott John Howard starting to run a little bit of a tight defense into the Mickey Mouse through the left. Bring it out wide. And, into the 100 odd. Chen Minghao maybe going to have a look down the inside here. Not quite yet. He's going to think of it. Chen Minghao is very, very close to the qualifying heat number 1 race win. Is he going to try here? Not either. And last one is not quite the overtaking opportunity you want in these heavy carts. So Scott John Howard is beautifully going to take the win for heat number 1 from Chen Minghao. Third place is Eung Yi Tang, followed by Roger Young. A surprisingly very, very close race between the top 2, Scott John Howard and Chen Minghao. And a very, very great start from Scott John Howard, as we will see very, very soon in the highlights. So that was the highlights for DD2 Max and Max Masters for qualifying heat number 1. The win goes to Scott John Howard, followed by Chen Minghao in second place, Eung Yi Tang in third, and Roger Young in fourth. Armstrong, followed by Panyagon Ramrasamy in second place. Third place is Toby Gale. Fourth is Siri Kongsiri. Fifth is Raja Nantakan. Sixth is Austin Gale. Seventh is Tanapop Warakit Supachok. Eighth is Daniel Harris Jaggi. 9th is Jenny Bibinet. 10th is Zachary Chaichon Boyce. 11th is Yeho Nathan. 12th is Harith O. 13th is Migat Zulkarnin. 14th is Krisha Gut. 15th is Tanmay Kothari. 16th is Nishimura Sutomu. 17th is Krish Gupta. And last but not least is card number 377, Dying Ibrahim. 1 minute board comes up now. And this has to be one of the most exciting categories of the weekend. The Senior Max qualifying heat number 1. Here we go, Senior Max qualifying heat number 1. Fifteen minutes, 50 seconds now before the start of the formation lap. And Luke Joshua Armstrong is a frequent comer. Not quite the local just yet, but Luke Joshua Armstrong definitely knows his way around Birakat circuit. In second position is Panyagwanaram Rasami. Third is Toby Gale. Fourth is Siri Kongsiri, which makes up your first 2 rows of the grid. Luke Joshua Armstrong controlling the pace of the grid. Followed by Panyagwanaram Rasami. Here we go. The start of the race for City Max and Max Masters qualifying heat number 1 about to begin. Formation lap. Luke Joshua Armstrong gets a little bit of a slow start, but he's going to get away either way. It was a little bit of a contact between the front, and Panyagwanaram Rasami maybe going to get the inside line. Luke Joshua Armstrong gets the better run. And side by side coming out into the Mickey Mouse. So your top 3 so far is Luke Joshua Armstrong, followed by, that is Panyagwanaram Rasami. Third place is Toby Gale. Yes, third place is Toby Gale. Fourth is Siri Kongsiri. Fifth is Austin Gale. And sixth, who's just fallen right down the order, is Rashra Anantakan. Third, fourth, and fifth position is Oliver Elcott, but up the front 2 is Luke Armstrong and Panyagwanaram Rasami. A great start from Luke Armstrong despite a little bit of a trouble into the first corner. Panyagwanaram Rasami in second place. Toby Gill having a look down the inside, but thinks better of it. Luke Armstrong leading the race by a considerable margin. Panyagwanaram Rasami in second. Toby Gale in third. Takes a look behind. Siri Kongsiri right there. Austin Gale has to be a little bit closer to make something happen here. Luke Armstrong in front, slowly pulling a gap from Panyagwanaram Rasami. Toby Gale in third position has the very good run out of the Mickey Mouse from City Kong Siri, and Toby Gale may be going to go down the inside of City out of Panyagara Ramrasamy very soon. Sort of a rivalry going on between Panyagara Ramrasamy and Toby Gale for the championship, and the wild card is Luke Armstrong. Definitely the one who can shake up the championship standings in this part of the race. Car number 318, Panyagara Ramrasamy going to try to chase down Luke Armstrong, but simultaneously going to try to defend from Toby Gale as well. And he's going to have to pick one or the other, and he picks to defend, and Toby Gale had to look down the inside. There was no gap in that current state. So behind in the middle pack is a fight between that was RMCAT and Krishay. Here's car number 3, 2, 3. Toby Gale still chasing down, and in the front pack, Luke Armstrong seems to slowly start leading the train, but very close between. That is 7th position. From P1 to P7, both are running in a difference of less than 2 tenths. So to make something happen, you've got to have the right timing, the right technique. You've got to pick your moves very well, because you guys are running so close in terms of race pace. Car number 395, Rachran Anantakan ahead of car number 933. That is the Max Master driver, Tanapov Warakita Superchok. And in front, Toby Gale in 3rd position. Doesn't seem to be able to catch Panyagara Ramrasamy just yet, but everyone is running so close to each other. And, one mistake could mean losing 2 to 3 positions in the front row. And so Panyagara Ramrasamy still chasing down Luke Joshua Armstrong. Luke is 1/10 faster than Panyagara Ramrasamy, and almost 2/10 faster than the majority of the field. Great job of the lead the race in Senior Max and Max Master qualifying heat number 1. Luke Armstrong gapping half a second now from Panyagara Ramrasamy. Last lap around, Luke Armstrong ran a 50.908. Panyagara Ramrasamy ran a 50.901. Very close. Toby Gale ran a 50.878. So all is very competitive in the rotax challenge, Asia Trophy and Thailand Championship. 3 laps to go, and Luke Armstrong slowly being closed in by Panagon around Rasmi last lap around by 0.07 of a second. A very thin margin of error for the top guys in Rotax Max Challenge Asia and Thailand. And here's your race leader, car number 388, Luke Armstrong. In racing, it's always finding that perfect balance between understeer and oversteer. That's basically when you're mostly trying to find the right speed into the corner where the car is reactive, but not too underwhelmingly or not too overwhelmingly. So that's essentially what you're trying to find, a state of equilibrium in the speed and grip relationship, where the kart isn't being too forced to do a certain line. But also you need to carry the speed into the corner. Final lap now for Senior Max and Max Masters qualifying heat number 1. With a comfortable half a second lead for Luke Armstrong. Toby Gill has a very, very big, obvious look behind to Siri Kongsiri, and I think he's actually trying to look behind to see where where Austin Gill is. But I don't think it's quite worth it, Toby, to hold up Siri Kongsiri for Austin Gill, but he's going to try to do it anyways. Toby Gill going to go very, very slowly to try to make sure he gives Austin Gill a chance, but nope, it's not going to be enough just yet. And so your winner for qualifying heat number 1 is Luke Armstrong, followed by Panyagon Aram Rasami in second. Toby Gill is third. Siri Kongsiri ends up 4th position, followed by Austin Gill closing out your top 5 for Senior Max and Max Masters qualifying heat number 1. And so that was the Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy and Thailand Championship qualifying heat number 1 for seniors done. And we go into the highlights. So that was qualifying heat number 1 done for Senior Max and Max Masters. And your quick rundown is in the first position, Luke Armstrong, followed by Paniganar Ramrasmi in second place, Toby Gill in third, Siddhi Kongstri in fourth, Austin Gill in fifth, Rajarat in sixth, Tanapa Warakit Superchok in seventh, and eighth position is Daniel Harris Jackie. And a comfortable win for Luke Armstrong, but it was a very hard-fought battle in the first few laps. But eventually he won it by 6/10, and so claims the maximum amount of points for qualifying heat number 1. Next up is Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 2. And that will start in 2 minutes. So 2 minutes before the start of the Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 2. And in qualifying heat number 1, your poor man Vejabuti was challenged by Jun Karato, but in the very end, Jun Karato was not able to withhold Tanarat Vejabuti. Sorry, this is Chinapat Vejabuti. 1 minute left before the start of this race. We will try to see again if Jun Karato can take down the dominator in Micro Max and Micro Rookie. "15 seconds before the start of this race." And here is cart number 5 of Aruthan Prabhu. He starts on the tail end of the 10 cart grid. The formation lap for Micro Max and Micro Rookie. So on the first row is Shinpat Vejabuti, followed by Jun Karato. On the second row is Callan Delsi, followed by Nutsarang Rang Rastanako. And third on the row is Thantash Yuvasak Kunkrai, followed by Siravit Sari Ranako. So here we go, the 5 row of carts. For qualifying heat number 2 about to begin. Chinapat Vejabuti controlling the speed of the train of carts. And again, Jun Karato very upset with the starting procedure. So here we go. 8 red lights on, red lights off. And Jun Karato gets a barely better run on Chinapat Vejabuti, but he's going to try to go the long way around. Going to try and squeeze Chinapat Vejabuti. Chinapat has to back off. And Jun Karato again gets the better start than Chinapat Vejabuti. And Chinapat Vejabuti initially overtook back Jun Karato in qualifying heat number 1. Jun Karato learned from that mistake, starts to defend, and it would be smart for Jun Karato to back Chinapat Vejabuti up into the train of carts at this current moment, if he knows that his race pace is not faster than Chinapat Vejabuti. But here we go again. Chinapat Vejabuti tries to go to the inside, And Jun Corrado is going to squeeze him all the way into the grass. A very aggressive style of driving from Jun Corrado. And it's the only way to defend Chinapat Vechibuti, who has an incredible race pace. And Calandelsi looking to make something happen now. Jun Corrado is going to go very defensive again into the right U-turn. And Chinapat can't make anything happen just quite yet. Still trying to find the better opportunity to do so. Here we go. He looks down the inside. And Chinapat Vechibuti, oh, almost contact with Jun Corrado. Jun Corrado squeezing Chinapat Vechibuti with all his might. Oh, and up and around goes Chinapat Vechibuti as they climb wheels. And Jun Corrado still in front. Now Calandelsi moves into second place. Blitzerang finds himself in third position. Here's what happened. They just climbed wheels, and with open wheel racing, oh, they were lucky. No one went over. And Jun Corrado was checking to see where Chinapat Vechibuti ended up. Oh, with Calandelsi on the inside. And Jun Corrado so brave on the outside to try and squeeze. But very risky from Jun Corrado to squeeze the inside. It's worked out for him so far, for Jun Corrado. And here's the fight between car number 98 of Siracha Chongbang and car number 56 of Sirei Tapat. Jun Corrado still under defense of Calandelsi. And Chinapat Vechibuti works his way up into third position again. This is the type of racing you want to see in Micro Max and Micro Rookie. And Calandelsi now has to think hard. Does he go for the move down the inside, or does he defend from Chinapat Vechibuti? He has to look two ways, front and back. Luckily, Jun Corrado only needs to defend the train of carts behind him. Chinapat Vechibuti was going to look down the inside, not quite yet though. Calandelsi getting the better run out of turn number 8 into turn number 9. Car number 39 of Jun Corrado doing an incredible job to defend. Car number 35, oh! Little bit of a contact again between Jun Corrado and Calandelsi. Jun Corrado is brave. Calandelsi is being squeezed on to the inside part of the track. And Jun Corrado making that small micro cart look like an absolute barricade. Car number 35 of Calandelsi has to slot back into second position. Jun Corrado in first. Chinapat Vechibuti trying to go for the switcheroo. And Chinapat Vechibuti has the look behind. He's going to plan to do something here. Calandelsi goes defensive. So does Jun Corrado. And so Chinapat Vechibuti gets the switcheroo. But on the inside, Calandelsi has the better line out of the last corner. Calandelsi has to look down the inside again. Forces Jun Corrado to defend. And there we go. Here we go. Out of the back straight, Calandelsi gets the better run now, and Jun Corrado gonna have to give up two positions. He's gonna try to get down the inside, Jun Corrado, and oh, so much contact, and Jun Corrado falls down the order. And luckily Calandelsi gets to advance his way forward. A little bit impatient from Jun Corrado at that current stage to go down the inside of Chinapat Vechibuti. But things were done, and so now Calandelsi leading the race. Calandelsi followed by Chinapat Vechibuti. Third, I believe, is now Ishan. And fourth is Sidavit. But here's what happened. Oh, that front bumper got stuck So Jun Corrado tries to go down the inside of Chinapat Vechabuti, and that front bumper got stuck. So the front wheels couldn't turn. And so he went completely straight when he was supposed to turn right. Here we go. Kalan Delsi got overtaken by Chinapat Vechabuti. Not going to look down the inside. And Chinapat Vechabuti going to check out the race. If Kalan Delsi gives Chinapat Vechabuti the chance to do so. See already, Chinapat Vechabuti leading the race. And Ishan Swarup in third position. Sirovit in fourth. Jun Corrado in fifth position. Chinapat Vechabuti now your race leader, followed by Kalan Delsi. Third place is Ishan Swarup. Fourth place is Sirovit Sarito Ranako. Fifth place is Jun Corrado. And Chinapat Vechabuti 4/10 faster than Kalan Delsi in the previous lap. So Kalan Delsi giving Chinapat Vechabuti the opportunity to check out the race. And Chinapat Vechabuti is definitely a lap timer. He is in his own entity now. Once he's put up in front of the field, there's no way to pull him back. 2 laps to go for the Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 2. And Chinapat Vechabuti is up in front from Kalan Delsi. Definitely Jun Corrado struggling after some contact. Chinapat Vechabuti in front, calmly leading the race and checking out. Definitely now you see from the senior racing qualifying heat number 1, Luke Joshua Armstrong in the span of 11 laps led only by 5/10. That just shows how competitive the field is. In Micro Max and Micro Rookie, however, Chinapat Vechabuti definitely dominating in the series, already pulling. This is now a almost 5/10 lead. Final lap goes on the board for Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 2. Chinapat Vechabuti leading from Kalan Delsi. Third place is Ishan Swarup. Fourth is Sirovit Seri Ranako. And fifth place is Jun Corrado. So, final lap for the qualifying heat number 2 in the micro category. And Chinapat Vechabuti going to take home the win comfortably from Kalan Delsi, Ishan Swarup, Sirovit Seri Ranako, and Jun Corrado closing out your top 5. And Sirovit Seri Ranako very, very satisfied with his finish in the top 4. Here's your race winner, car number 78, Chinapat Vechabuti, taking the win. And we will go to the highlights for the Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 2. So that was the highlights for Micro Max and Micro Rookie qualifying heat number 2. So your top 5 is Shinapat Vechibuti, who wins the race from Kalan Delsi. And the man you never imagined to finish in the top 3 is Ishan Swarup after contact from Jun Corrado. Then in 4th place is Siravit Siri Ranako. And unfortunately, Jun Corrado, having a little bit of an incident in the middle of the race, drops him into 5th position. And up next is the Mini Max and Mini Rookie qualifying heat number 2. And your pole man for Mini Max and Mini Rookie is the same as qualifying heat number 1. Tarat Vechibuti, followed by Patapokal Ganjanaset. 3rd place is Pirapong Pansatamno. 4th is Papasiton Silapat Banlang. And 5th is Chayakon Mina Kanet. So here we go for the start of the Mini Max and Mini Rookie. Let's see what Patapokal Ganjanaset and Pirapong Pansatamano can do. But Tarat Vechibuti definitely a little too fast on the restart. Here we go, qualifying heat number 2, Mini Max, Mini Rookie. And one more time for the formation lap. And Tarat Vechibuti controlling the speed of the tramline from Patapokal Ganjanaset. So here we go, the 3 rows of carts into the tram lines, and we are racing in qualifying heat number 1. Pirapong Pansatamano trying to go down the inside like the first time, and Tarat Vechibuti learned his mistake, covers the inside, and Pirapong Pansatamano going to drop into 2nd position. 3rd place is Patapokal Ganjanaset. 4th is Papasatan Silapat Banlang. And 5th is Shaikon Minakinit. 6th is Palat Tanjapong. But Vechibuti already checking out of the race at this current moment as Pirapong Pansatamano starts to defend from Patapokal Ganjanaset. Patapokal Ganjanaset gonna look down the inside into turn number 1, and Pirapong Pansatamano going to have to give that up. Pirapong Pansatamano is beautifully executing the pass into 2nd position. And 3rd is Patapol Galgan Janaset. Right behind Pirapong Pansitamino is Papasaton Silapak Banlang. Pirapong Pansitamino has his eyes set on Tanarat Vichibuti. And Patapol Galgan Janaset is 0.03 of a second faster than Tanarat Vichibuti. Last lap around. And Peter Pompansitamino in third position. So far, your top 5 rundown. Chanarat Vichibuti on pole on first position, followed by Patapol Galgan Janaset in second. Third place is Pirapong Pansitamino. Fourth is Papasiton Silapak Banlang. And in fifth position is Chaikon Mina Kenneth. So, qualifying heat number 2 is starting to get very, very silent when drivers are still chasing and trying to escape. It creates a sense of focus. A small mistake could definitely cause you to lose some positions. Between the two drivers up in front, it is a game of waiting as Patapol slowly starts to reel in Tanarat Vichibuti. 4 laps to go. And Tanarat Vichibuti now runs identical lap times to Patapol Galgan Janaset. So the advantage he had initially for Galgan Janaset has gone away because Tanarat Vichibuti is matching Patapol's race pace. And almost halfway through the race, Peter Pompan takes a look behind, and Papasaton Silapak Banlang is still there. And Tanarat Vichibuti very, very in danger from Patapol Galgan Janaset, because Patapol Galgan Janaset has reeled in another 10th from Tanarat Vichibuti. In last event, it was Pirapongpan's turn to chase down Tanarat Vichibuti. This time it's Patapol's. And Patapol Galgan Janaset doing a hell of a job so far to reel in our pole man, Tanarat Vichibuti. Let's hit a gap check after this one. Initially, last lap around was 0.35. This time, as they come around, Patapol Galgan Janaset's gap to Tanarat Vichibuti is only down to 0.245. Patapol Galgan Janaset definitely has the pace to snatch the race win from Tanarat Vichibuti. So now it's a game of when do I go for Patapol Galgan Janaset? When do I make the move? When is it time to hold back? And it'll be interesting to see how the young driver chooses when to attack, because he's right there on the tail end of Tanarat Vichibuti, almost kissing the rear bumper. So Tarat Djibouti in first position, Patapol Galgan Janasset in second. And Patapol Galgan Janasset, 3 laps to go. Plenty of time for him to set a move. And here's like a game of chess. When does he choose to make his move to checkmate? Again, if he makes his move a little too soon, Tarat Djibouti can definitely have a relapse. But if Patapol Galgan Janasset goes a little too late, Tarat Djibouti can also go on the defense. Car number 165 of Patapol Galgan Janasset right on the rear bumper. Car number 177, Tarat Djibouti starts to defend. And Patapol Galgan Janasset. Will it be a little too late now? Tarat Djibouti starts to defend. Patapol Galgan Janasset gonna have to surprise Tarat Djibouti. Pero Pongpan Tamno behind from Tarat Djibouti. And Patapol Galgan Janasset going to have a look down the inside this time. Yes! Oh no, not yet. It almost looked like he was going to have a look down the inside. Patapol Galgan Janasset's gonna wait it out. A very risky decision from Patapol Galgan Janasset, and Tarat Djibouti must start to feel the burn from Patapol's chase. Patapol Galgan Janasset still right there. Tarat Djibouti has to look behind. And Patapol Galgan Janasset is very patient. But could it be a little too late as Tarat Djibouti going to try to have a move down the inside at this very moment for Patapol Galgan Janasset. A very well executed move, but Tarat Djibouti has tried to take back the race lead from Patapol Galgan Janasset. I did not expect Patapol to go at that moment, and that is exactly what you want. Patapol Galgan Janasset has played his cards extremely well in qualifying heat number 2, and he takes home the second win for the mini category. Beautiful move from Patapol Galgan Janasset to win it in qualifying heat number 2, followed by Tarat Djibouti in second. Third is Perapong Pansatamno. Fourth is Papasatan Silapat Banleng. Fifth is Chaikon Minakanith. And sixth is Palat Tanjapong. A very, very beautiful move from Patapol Galgan Janasset to snatch the race win from Tarat Djibouti. So now we go into the highlights and keep an eye on the beautiful move from Patapol Galgan Janasset. So that was the qualifying heat number 2 for the Minimax and Mini Rookie, and I have to say, a very well executed move from Patapol Galganjanaset to take the win home. And snatching it at the very last second from Chinapat Tanarat Vechabuti, sorry. Very, very well done from the Birel driver. And next up we have Junior Max and Junior Rookie. And again, your pole man is Pansaksam Songchai, followed by Pano Sian Mankong, Pumsik Lomajong, Nado Imchipanya, Susanapong, Po Charantam, and Kitinantapat Munyarat Kalin in your first 3 rows of the grid. Here we go. On the front row of the grid, Pansaksam Songchai controlling the speed of the train. 8 red lights on. And, oh, is that a green or is that not a green? It seems just like maybe there was a red light on the very end. So are we racing or are we not? It is very hard to tell. Yes, we are racing. Panusia Mankong dives down the inside in a very, very surprising manner. And that caught Pansaksam Songchai off guard. But Pansaksam Songchai falls down the order. And Panusia Mankong moves into first position. Nado Imchipanya being moved out of the way. And Pumsik Lumajong moves into 3rd position. I have to say, from the last event, the new rookie drivers, the new gen juniors have definitely improved quite a bit, whether that be Pansaksam Songchai, Pumsik Lumajong, or Nado Imjipanya. And definitely making this race much more competitive and shortening the skill range. And Panusia Mankong definitely gonna have to work for it a little bit harder, but so far doing a great job so far, Panusia Mankong. And Panusia Mankong is still in the lead of the race, followed by Pansaksam Songchai in 2nd, Nado Imjipanya in 3rd position. 4th place is Pumsit Klomajong, and 5th is Chisanapong for Charantam. But Pumsit Klomajong in 4th position. Nado Imjipanya in 3rd position is looking to take 2nd, and Chisanapong moves into 4th position. Oh, Pumsik Klomajong! A very harsh move down the inside, and Chisanapong is not happy as he tells Nawindase to keep it moving. And Nawindase sees the opportunity and tries to go down the inside, but he's going to have to slot back into position. But Pumsik Klomajong definitely more aggressive this time around. Pumsik Klomajong doing a very, very great job to keep 4th position despite the very hungry train of carts behind him. Up behind is cart number 212 of Mikael Parainen. who has just a little bit of a contact with cart number 259 of Kintinantapat, or 256, yes, that is contact with cart number 256 of Kian Shah. Mikhail Pirainen still struggling behind, but up in front, Pansaksam Songchai in second position from Panu Sienmankong. Third position is Nado Imjipanya. Pansaksam Songchai has definitely found something, because that car seems to be running a whole lot better this time around. But Najal Imjipanya closing in on Pansaksam Songchai. Half a tenth by half a tenth. Nado Imjipanya slowly getting in closer. Here is the battle for ninth position between Wachirowicz and Kitsinantapat. Now in front, Pansaksam Songchai still on the defense from car number 235 of Nado Imjipanya. And Pansaksam Songchai still very, very consistent and relentlessly trying to keep second position. And a great effort so far, but can he withhold pressure for 4 more laps from Nado Imjipanya? And wow, your top 5 is running all in the 53.4s. So definitely very competitive between your top 5, between Pano Sienmankong all the way down to Chisanapong, all running in the 53.4s. And a move down the inside from Nawen Dase on Mika Slabert. And still under the pressure is Wachirowicz from Kitsinantapat. And up in front, Pansaksam Songchai, still some breathing room between him and Nado Imjipanya. Pansaksam Songchai is again doing an incredible job from last event. He was a midfielder, and now he has definitely leveled himself up into the front row of the grid this time around. Panu Sienmankong has done the fastest lap of the race. A 53.281 for Panu Sienmankong. With 2 laps to go in qualifying heat number 2. Wachirowicz and Kitsinantapat still going at it. And some rather very rough driving from Wachirowicz fighting the steering wheel. And you can see the difference between the driving styles of the front row of the grid and the mid-pack. The mid-pack is much more rough. Now look at Panu Sienmankong. Very gentle on the steering wheel. Minimum input and barely fighting the steering wheel. And he's found the flow of driving the junior kart to the limit. Final lap now for the junior master and junior rookie qualifying heat number 2. And your rundown of your top 5 is still the same. Panu Sienmankong followed by Pansaksam Songchai. Third place is Nado Imjipanya for the Spoomsik Klomajong. And 5th is Chisanapong Po Charantam. Oh, Pansaksam Songchai drops the wheel into the grass. A little bit of a mistake from the rookie. Pansaksam Songchai doing an incredible job though. But the man who takes the win again home for the junior category in qualifying heat number 2 is Panusian Mankong, followed by Pansaksam Songchai in second place. Third is Nado Imchipanya. Fourth is Pumsik Lomajong. And fifth is Chisanapang Po Charantam. But an incredible job from the top 5 to be so competitive, with Panusian Mankong coming on top of the Junior Master and Junior Rookie qualifying heat number 2 as we head into the highlights. So that was the highlights for the junior category, with Panusian Mankong coming on top from Pansaksam Songchai, followed by Nadal M. Chipanya in third, Pumsik Lomajong in fourth, and Chisanapong Po Charantam in fifth position. Then in sixth, seventh, and eighth is Nawin Dase, Mika Slabert, and Tasmung Siri respectively. But definitely Panusian Mankong and Pansaksam Songchai have such similar names, I've accidentally used them interchangeably. Next up is DD2 Max and Max Masters for qualifying heat number 2. And the same grid position. On pole is Chen Ping Hao, car number 567. Followed by Scott John Howard, car number 539. In third position is Ung Itang, car number 532. And in fourth position is car number 578. 6, 7, 6, 7. One minute board comes up before the start of this one. And in qualifying heat number 1, there was a very close battle between Chen Ping Hao and Scott John Howard. And Scott John Howard won the first qualifying heat number 1 with an incredible start in the beginning of that one. So let's see what goes on in the first lap in qualifying heat number 2. "15-second board comes up. We sat right behind Kenny Ung. The carts are released from the Parc Ferme and set out to race in this following lap. Chen Pinghao on pole position from Scott John Howard on the front row. On the second row is Ng Yi Zhang, followed by Roger Young. So here we go. And then Chen Pinghao is controlling the speed of the cart train. And Scott John Howard is going to have to follow Chen Pinghao's rhythm. And a great start from Chen Pinghao this time. And Kenny Eng is not trying to fight it for second place. But Chen Pinghao this time is out in front after the first corner. Scott John Howard is threw one up the inside. Oh, contact between Chen Pinghao and Scott John Howard. And Chen Pinghao seems to be okay at the moment, and he can continue his race with just a fender bender. Here's what happened. Chen Pinghao trying to go, and oh, they bang wheels. It's very hard to see from this angle what exactly happened in that moment. But it will be in the marshals' decision to see what has happened. If we could get a better angle on the replay footage, that would be nice to see another replay of the incident between Scott John Howard and Chen Pinghao, because that was a very unique incident to happen at that part of the circuit. But anyways, Scott John Howard on pole on the front row of the grid, and then Ng Yi Zhang in second place. Third is Roger Young, and closed out with Chen Pinghao. And 2 laps have gone past so far, and Kenny or Ng Yi Zhang is in second place, running the same lap time as Scott John Howard. But Chen Pinghao in fourth position. Very, very weird incident to happen at that part of the circuit. Scott John Howard leading the race, but Ng Yi Zhang is closing in very, very fast. Ng Yi Zhang was 0.2 faster than Scott John Howard last lap around. And Scott John Howard is slowly going to feel the pressure of Ng Yi Zhang. Last lap around, Scott John Howard ran at 51.5. Ng Yi Zhang ran at 51.3. Now this lap around, Ng Yi Zhang is still matching the pace of Scott John Howard.
fine. Usually fast you drive, I don't really mind that. The second quarter you can do it.
4 laps to pass so far for Max DD2 Masters qualifying heat number 2. And Kenny Tang is closing in very, very close to Scott John Howard. And Ping Hao Chen currently holds the fastest lap of the of the session, 51.0 for Chen Ping Hao. And Scott John Howard still in front, but Eung Ye Tang very, very close behind. And Scott John Howard the Australian driver being challenged by Eung Ye Tang as we do a gap check this time around. The gap is consistently at 0.45 across the past 2 laps, and the halfway mark has been hit. And here is the ex-race leader Chen Ping Hao. He was running in the 51.0s. Here's car number 567, Chen Ping Hao. And 4 laps left. And Scott John Howard's lead is slowly being closed in by Eung Ye Tang. Before it was 0.45, now is only 0.34 for Scott John Howard and Eung Ye Tang. And Scott John Howard is in front, but Eung Ye Tang being closed in also by Roger Young. Roger Young was trying to put it deep into the brakes on Eung Ye Tang. But Scott John Howard still in front and slowly building a gap margin one more time now. 3 laps to go. Three laps to go for Max 82 Masters qualifying heat number 2. And Scott John Howard in front. Behind is Eung Ye Tang. And Roger Young is very deep into the brakes into turn number 8. And Scott John Howard is being closed in again by Eung Ye Tang. Now the gap is only 0.252. And 2 laps left for Eung Ye Tang to make something happen. Oh, Roger Young very impatient now on Eung Ye Tang. Trying to make something happen for Roger Young, but Eung Ye Tang is very, very persistent. And Chen Ping Hao is the only one in the sub-51s. So had he been more patient, maybe he would have been in front right now for Chen Ping Hao. There's something to think about here. The final lap for Rotax Max Challenge Asia Trophy in Thailand. And the gap for Eung Ye Tang is closing in. Eung Ye Tang is closing in on Scott John Howard. But Eung Ye Tang will only have 4 corners left to make a move. And will Ng Ye Tang go for the opportunity? But Roger Young has also been eyeing this corner's move down the inside. He's not going to go this time. So Scott John Howard, coming into the last corner, will win Max DD2 Masters qualifying heat number 2. A win for Scott John Howard in Max DD2 qualifying heat number 2, followed by Ng Ye Tang, Roger Young, and Chen Ping Hao. And we go into the highlights for Max DD2 qualifying heat 2. And keep an eye on the incident between Scott John Howard and Chen Ping Hao. Here we go for the last event of this Saturday for Senior Max and Max Masters qualifying heat number 2. Man again is Luke Armstrong, followed by Panyagon Aram Rasami. On the second row of the grid is Toby Gale, followed by Siri Kongsiri. And then your third row is Rashrat, followed by Austin Gale. The 1 minute board comes up. Second boards now for the last heat of Saturday before on Sunday. we will be into the superheats and the finals tomorrow, in which your starting position for the final will be determined from your superheat and your 2 qualifying heats. Here we go. Qualifying heat number 2. Can anyone stop Luke Armstrong's dominance? In qualifying heat number 1, he took not the comfortable win, but he did take a win with the top 5 being Luke Armstrong, Panikaram Rasami, Toby Gale, Siddhi Kungsri, and Ratcharan Nansakan. Things aren't going to be easy for Luke Armstrong, but we shall see what happens very, very soon. Luke Armstrong controlling the speed of the train, followed by Panikaram Rasami in second. Then in your row behind is Toby Gale and Siddhi Kungsri. Qualifying heat 2. Here we go. And a start. Panikaram Rasami is into the lead of the race, and that caught Luke Armstrong very, very suddenly. Siddhi Kungsri up into 4th position. Toby Gale in second. A car spun behind, that is Nishimura. But Panikaram Rasami in the lead of the race, and a very aggressive start for the senior qualifying heat number 2. Panikaram Rasami looks behind, and Toby Gale is right there. Here's what happened on the back of the grid with Nishimura. Not sure what happened there, but he goes around for Nishimura in car number 3, 2, 1. Toby Gale goes down the inside of Panikaram Rasami, and Siddhi Kungsri is squeezed into the inside, and a very late lunge from Toby Gale on Panikaram Rasami. And Austin Gale now is packed right behind car number 318 of Panikaram Rasami. Panikaram going to go defensive, and a bit of a contact between Panikaram Rasami and Austin Gale. But Toby Gale in front now, followed by Luke Armstrong in second. Third is Siddhi Kungsri. Fourth is Panikaram Rasami. And fifth is Austin Gale. Luke Armstrong challenging Toby Gale on the outside line. And Toby Gale going to still turn out ahead after that incident. Siddhi Kungsri in third, Panikaram Rasami in fourth, Austin Gale in fifth. Toby Gale in the lead of the race from Luke Joshua Armstrong. Third place, Siddhi Kungsri is being chased down by Panikaram Rasami. Oh, contact! Panikaram Rasami tries to move Siddhi Kungsri out of the way. And so Austin Gale moves all the way into third position from that incident. Toby Gale goes defensive on Luke Joshua Armstrong. But there was no reason for Panikaram Rasami to move Siddhi Kungsri out of the way. That was not justified at all from Panikaram Rasami. But Austin Gale still in P3. Toby Gale going to try to hold up Luke Armstrong for Austin Gale. And 8 laps left. Now 7 laps left in this race. And car number 369. Oh, Luke Armstrong challenging to the outside line. He's already ahead. And Toby Gale trying everything he can to back Luke Armstrong up into the pack. Toby Gale going to go defensive again. Austin Gale now right on the rear bumper. Toby Gale going defensive again. And Luke Armstrong is on the outside line. He's going to try to go for the switcheroo. Austin Gale, not quite. The 5 cars are now packed right behind. Toby Gale goes defensive. And Austin Gale starts down the inside. Luke Armstrong has fallen down one more position. And the Gale brothers are up in P1 and P2. Luke Armstrong still in third. And we know Luke Armstrong's got the strong race pace to keep up with these two. So Austin Gale is going to have a very difficult time keeping Luke behind. And right behind Ratcharat Anantakan in 4th position from Panyagon around Rasami. City Kongsri falls all the way into 6th position. Austin Gale goes defensive. And a small little bump from Luke Armstrong. And Toby Gale has to look behind. Austin Gale still in 2nd place. 3rd is Luke Armstrong. And the 2 in front will try to run away from Luke. Right behind, Panyagon Ram Rasami closing in on car number 395. Oh, defense from Austin Gale on Luke Armstrong. Things are getting feisty up in the top 5. And all this action has backed 10 cars from Austin Gale all the way to car number 37.7 in 10th position up into a pack. And this definitely makes things interesting. And Panyagon Ram Rasami behind. And he's going to go for the move. Not quite yet. He has a look on it though. And Panyagon Aram Rasami is still behind and trying to chase down Ratcharat Anantakan. Met City Kongsiri is going defensive on Daniel Harris Jaggi. But Ratcharat Anantakan still keeping his 4th position from Panyagon Aram Rasami up in the front. Luke Armstrong is still chasing down Austin Gale and Toby Gale. And the 2 brothers slowly running away. Definitely Toby Gale running away. Not sure if Austin Gale has a chance to do so just yet. And up behind, car number 369, Krish Gupta. Still battling it out for 10th position. Austin Gale goes defensive again. And 3 more laps left. And Jenny Bibinet is behind, pressuring down Migat Zulkarnin. And Toby Gale still ahead from Austin Gale, Luke Joshua Armstrong, Ratcharat Anantakan, who has fallen down the order. Panyagon Aram Rasami has moved up into 4th position. City Kongsri has a look behind. And Daniel Harris Jaggi is right behind too. Luke Armstrong has to back off into turn number 4. And Austin Gale still right there. Luke Armstrong is being pressured again by his fellow rowmate on the first row. Is Panyagon Aram Rasami has the look behind. Ratcharat and Anantaka not there anymore. City Country having a difficult time in this race. Toby Gale still in the lead. In the final lap, Toby Gale leading the train of carts from Austin Gale. Luke Armstrong gotta get on the offense. Austin defending from Luke Joshua Armstrong. Panjgar Ramrasamy in 4th position. But Toby Gale has a comfortable 4/10 lead. Is Luke Joshua Armstrong going to throw one up the inside? Panjgar Ramrasamy has a little bit of a bump from Luke Armstrong. Car number 318. Panjgar Ramrasamy still chasing down Luke Armstrong. Not going to be close enough. Toby Gale is going to win it for qualifying heat number 2 from Austin Gale. Luke Joshua Armstrong in 3rd. Panjgar Ramrasamy in 4th. Ratcharat Anantakan in 5th. Daniel Harris Jaggi in 6th. Tanapop Warakit Supachok in 7th. 8th is Daying Ibrahim. 9th is Siri Kongsari, and 10th is Krish Gupta. So that is your result for qualifying heat number 2 before we go into the highlights for the final race of this week for Saturday. So that was Senior Max and Max Masters qualifying heat number 2. And the results are Toby Gale winning it from Austin Gale, Luke Armstrong in 3rd, Panjgar Ramrasamy in 4th, Ratcharat Anantakan in 5th. And then Daniel Harris Jaggi, Tanapop, Warakit Supachok, and Daying Ibrahim bin Daying Malek closing out your top 5. So thank you for joining us today in the Rotax Mix Challenge Asia Trophy and Thailand Championship. Of course, Asia Trophy round number 4, Thailand round number 3. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we will be joined with driver's group photo at 9:52 a.m. local time, followed by the first superheat at 10:27 a.m. I am Vongsapat Ketsuri, your commentator for this event. Thank you so much for joining us, and I will see you tomorrow.